Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well done. Go ahead and start with an inspiration, Shino. Also, the way you said free falling, immediately the image that conjured in my head was this T-Rex, with a little dwarf beard, like just like falling in slow motion, like with the huge legs and tiny arms. To Tom Petty.
Yeah. I was wondering if anyone would notice that reference.
Reborn.
I love Tom Petty. May he rest in peace.
As per your comment, no, there was no plan.
I didn't.
Dive
I
down the
mean,
hole.
I'm
That was
sure
it.
you had one, but it was in the moment. I wouldn't have thought of anything that quickly.
I was trying to act as if I had a plan, but I had the intelligence of a T-Rex. So
You did phenomenal.
T-Rex knows shiny thing needs to get away from where we are.
Indeed. So, is there anything anybody else would like to add, or shall we get into it? Sounds like it's time for us to begin. We are going to start. We are going to be starting with Theo, Shabazz, and Hargrim. After the battle that had taken place, depleted of resources, and without much else to go on, with a sensitive situation involving the disappearance of Shino and Jax. You have to consider your next moves carefully. After Marlos had absconded, and the three of you had retrieved Hargrim and managed to disarm the Earth aspected devastation orb, the three of you, with your staff and hirelings, who introduced themselves, of course. Heard there was a job offer. Thanks for doing this. The three of you find your way back to your tower, back to your HQ. Where the Sharn Watch are waiting for you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. In particular, you are met with an individual that none of you, not even Theo, have personally met before, but Hargrim, you recognize just by reputation. This man, he's a half-elven man, in his late 40s. Powerful build. His uniform has like a number of accoutrements and medals and a badge, which separates him from your rank and file watch. Hargrim, you know that this is most likely Commander Zealous Desjardins.
Like the head honcho, I assume.
Yes, indeed. Zealous Desjardins, I'll get that spelling in chat for you.
Zealous DiGiorno.
DiGiorno, yes.
That's what I wrote in my notes.
Don't order delivery. Bake your justice at home.
Yeah.
Zealous Desjardins is a veteran from the war, and is something of a hard ass, but not unwarranted. Like most like watchtower commanders, his proper people call him Commander Zealous or High Captain Zealous. His official title is Commissioner of the Watch. Zealous is Breelish, right? And has a reputation for swift but often fair judgment, not always kind judgment, but fair when he's put into a position where he needs to be. But tries to be impartial, right? He follows the letter to the law because that's his job, and then when it comes to things like he just books them, right? Like the cops book the suspects, make the arrest, and then it is up to the judges and the council to determine punishment. And Zealous is the type of dude where if his attention needs to be brought in, like if he is getting personally involved, things have gotten properly fucked. Because he doesn't like to get properly involved. Typically, that's rumor even has it that he doesn't even really want this job, right? But it was sort of like pushed on him, and he didn't really have a position to say no. Because and like the big reason why that is sort of suspected upon is like especially like within the Boromar, Zealous is not on the payroll, and that is deeply upsetting. Most members of the Watch, you guys know that Vilroy included, are usually on someone's payroll, like there's some kind of benign corruption, if you can entertain such a notion. Zealous isn't, as far as anybody knows, and is personally strong enough to maintain that incorruptible position, which makes him a huge pain in the ass for any organized crime in the city. There is a joke that's sort of been present in the last 5 years, talking about how Zealous makes more arrests internally than he does against criminals out in the streets. Usually when Zealous gets involved, it is cracking down on a notably corrupt element within the Shard Watch, which has him have like a positive reception from like the middle and upper class, but for how Sharn works nowadays, it is actually a huge pain for everybody who needs to make a living, right? Where the organized crime element of Sharn is actually kind of necessary to keep things functional. In a weird way. Zealous is joined by an entourage of the Watch. With a police skycab nearby, and he stands before the drawbridge. Theo Deorian, might we have a word? Now, he didn't catch you guys off guard. I will say that you were called on the crystal a little while ago, letting you know that that the Watch would be coming to mostly just figure out what the fuck happened. Is the impression that you got, right? None of you guys were expecting Zealous Desjardins.
I'll go ahead and walk up. Yes, how can I help you?
Would I have had maybe I'd had a chance while we were walking up to kind of explain who he is and the stuff that you told us, pretty much, before we got here. Okay, just so that they know.
How long after our adventure is this? Is our psychic spell still active? I guess it's good for an hour. It seems like it'd be longer than that, though.
It is a bit longer than an hour. For the time taken for Theo to have flown with the Devastation Orb, slam dunk it near the Air Temple, do that jazz improvised ritual, then fly back, and then have you guys all catch up with each other and get back in the tower and fucking take a breath for yourselves. Yeah, it would have been over an hour. This is about 3 hours after that event. You guys didn't get a chance for a long rest quite yet, but you're sort of on your way, and you might have had an opportunity to speak amongst the three of you on how to deal with the situation involving your kidnapped friends, or the Fourth Temple, or whatever you guys feel like is a priority.
I would imagine.
And go ahead.
I just want to confirm too that two that I'm with, Theo and Hargrim, are both already attuned to the weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it seem to me like they're wanting to go after Shino?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
What is Hargrim's kind of vibe that's going on?
Well, a bit sad, Shino's not with us, taken by some fucking nasty snake-haired man. Honestly, wanting to just rush down there. He's trying to think, the only place that this guy could have gone is to the fire cult, right? Because the Earth Temple's no more. Which means they know we're coming. Which means we might need help.
I like this visual image of Hargrim sitting there with restless leg syndrome, bouncing his knee like can we go? Even though you guys are in dire need of a nap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would fix that.
But yeah, as you guys are just starting to discuss the basics of the situation and possibly the beginnings of the plan. Zealous arrived, and it sounds like you guys invite him inside, or are you meeting him outside?
So we're all at the tower right now, correct?
Yeah, he came to you guys at the tower.
All right. I guess we invite him in, take him down to the kitchen, or the equivalent of the common room.
I don't. Are you ready to invite him in yet? I'm not trusting much of anybody right now, and I know who he is, but are we just gonna bring him into the tower?
Especially since you see, like, when you go out to like confirm visually that he's out there, you know who's standing next to him? Hadrian DeCaneth is standing
Oh,
next to him.
never mind. Never mind. Backtrack
You guys-
immediately.
You guys got. I'll see you later.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, it's yeah. Mm,
They're not coming into the tower. Why don't you and I go down there and talk to him? We can't just leave him down there, can we?
Yeah, you could technically like refuse them entry, and you can refuse to talk to them. If you do refuse to talk to them, it won't look good.
yeah.
It's like, well, I guess we'll come back with a warrant. Is probably what you can expect from Zealous, and Zealous will be able to get a warrant. But Hargrim, give me an insight check.
Already.
I guess that once you guys are done, I would, depending on what's on, I might just like go to the door and just be like, "Can I ask what the nature of this visit is?" Oh dear,
Oh yeah, I know what he's here for.
drugs.
Honestly, you're just thinking about
He's
Shino.
here. He's here to help.
Maybe also Jax.
The three scariest words.
But yeah, Theo, you know why they're here. That like they want to talk about what happened with Marlos.
Okay. Would I potentially get the sense that they might be here for something else as well, or I won't
give me
know
an
until
insight.
all right.
Oh shit. Based on what Hargrim told you about Commissioner Desjardins, I mean, Hadrian is always going to want something else.
Yeah.
Like it's just what high level Caneth do, right? Desjardins is a straight shooter to his detriment, so you can expect Desjardins to play straight with you. Like the man is honestly like he is lawful good, which is a rarity in this town. He's lawful good in a position of authority.
All right. I do. I guess I kind of just looked to Shabazz. Do you think we should let them in?
I still don't think they should actually come through the doors. I think we go out and meet them.
I think that'd probably be best as well. Hargrim, if you just want to sit up top and watch us just in case they do any magical funkiness.
Yeah, I'll cast some spells at him.
Yeah,
Keep his silvery barbs ready.
yeah.
And as we're going, if they can see me, I'm gonna make it a point to, like, I don't know, maybe limp a little bit and show just how fucking tired we are. And really let them know, like, it's kind of the fuck, man.
Yeah. Now, I guess we'll just meet them out in the courtyard or at the bridge.
42 starts lowering the bridge, and Desjardins is standing there. He stands like proper posture, chest out, like arms behind his back, military man through and through. Well, no, he has his helmet. He has like his Sharn helmet like tucked under his arm. Hadrian is standing a little bit more casually, right? He's wearing like his long coat, and the two of them kind of juxtapose next to each other. With the other like members of the entourage like a little while away, and Desjardins waits for you to approach, and he like extends like a gloved, like gauntleted hand to shake. Commissioner Zalos Desjardins.
Hello,
I do
Commissioner.
not believe that we've had the formal pleasure.
I don't think we have.
Shabazz would shake his hand and grimace a bit, like his shoulder hurts or something. Like he's really laying it on. Like, dude, we're fucking hurt. But like, not like he's still being respectful. He knows who he is, and he knows that like saying that would not be smart. But he's kind of saying it through his body action.
I intend to keep this brief.
Thank you. And Shabazz just gonna sit down right there. Just sits.
With everything that occurred tonight, on top of the last couple of months, I think we can all agree that we should not be wasting any time.
Yes.
Agreed.
Mr. DeCanneth has informed us that you rendezvoused as independent parties in the Temple of Elemental Earth in the ruins of Josharat. I won't bore you with the details. But you pursued a magic weapon which is no longer in our possession. Is this correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's accurate.
It was an accurate statement.
Sergeant Vilroy also submitted a report that details, and he'll like take out like the physical pieces, like the physical paper report, just so he doesn't like get any details wrong. Theodorian and his party arrived at Tower 4 to provide assistance during the custody break of Marlos Urnrail, wanted fugitive and a terrorist. From there, a battle ensued. It was not de-escalated. That is to be expected with these extremists. And the combined forces of your independent party, the Watch, and a third he visibly size coalition of interested civilians. It's like he's talking about the Boromars.
Oh.
Were unable to detain Marlos, though several of his contemporaries and associates were slain or arrested. Marlos then activated and tried to leave the devastation orb, which you had retrieved and subsequently disarmed. However, in doing so, you lost 2 members of your party. They are presumed alive, from what I've been told, but in possession of the enemy. Everything sounds accurate so far.
I would say so.
He puts the report away. We are at a juncture. And according to these reports, Hadrian's information, and I'm hoping your own. It would seem that these extremists are intending to escalate their plans, especially since we foiled their third attempt to cause more damage.
Oh, fuck.
Take a deep breath and sigh. Be like, escalate, like more so than devastation orbs. Or are we just talking about that other devastation orb and upping the timeline?
Mr. DeKenneth, if you would. And Hadrian steps forward. I have reason to believe that the weapons in their possession interact with the 4 mega nodes beneath the city. And he's speaking directly to Theo. Like, he's kind of speaking to Theo like he is of the impression that Theo is a wizard, is his highest score is intelligence, and he's a fellow like member of a house. So like it's not quite as extreme as this, but there is like a little bit of a vibe of Theo is the only organism here that he can talk to as an equal. Um, Now, we have known theoretically about the meganodes beneath Sharn for some time. The only one confirmed to have existed is the air aspected node. It's what allows the towers to maintain their integrity, even built as high as they are. But we've long suspected that the other 3 must exist as well, with the peculiar and convenient elemental aspects of the surrounding area. We found in Marlos's possession religious documents referring to 4 elemental princes, I think they're called. I can only assume that you've encountered similar writings in your own investigations.
Yes, we have. They're the 4 princes who are seeking havoc on us and the city because they do not like the way that we, as in Lyrandir and Orion, and I'm sure Kaneth as well, quote unquote treat the elementals, as well as they just seek elemental freedom. So, and there is they have the 4 princes, and then they have a 5th progenitor that they are also trying to. Some of them are trying to. Some of them are trying to awaken, and some of them are trying to, I guess, destroy. We're trying to. It's about 50-50 at this point.
Hadrian is sort of like is like paying rapt attention, nodding. That lines up with what we found as well. My theory is that the nodes are so unnaturally large and potent, such as they are, because they are a direct line to the domains of each of the elemental princes. And the 4 of them together make a sort of arcane prison, so to speak. The 4 of them each operating as a seal. The nodes both house the elemental princes, as well as are empowered by the elemental princes. And our investigations have informed us that the weapons that each of these prophets hold. And are you carrying Wind Vein right now?
No, I probably would have stowed Wind Vein by the door before walking out, just in case.
Okay.
Because I can summon Wind Vein, so I would have set it aside for a minute.
Yes. You know that Hadrian had noticed Wind Vein and Drown in your guys' possession last time you talked to him. But he doesn't bring it up in this conversation. Like, he doesn't inform Zealous that you have two of them or anything. Which, like, your house member brain kind of goes to like an instinctual. Okay, there's a Kenneth scheme.
Yeah.
Occurring here. But Hadrian continues. The elemental princes are necessary for those nodes to operate like they do.
Ooh.
If, for example, the air node was damaged, or the Prince of Elemental Air were to be released, then that node would stop functioning. In so doing, the towers held up by the air elemental node they would begin to fall and crumble, unable to support their own weight. Similar cataclysms might occur if any of the other nodes are compromised. And I am of the belief that the weapons serve multiple functions, one of which are acting as keys to the prisons, so to speak. If any single one of those nodes is compromised, not only would it put everyone in the city and the surrounding area in danger, it would also damage the integrity of whatever seal that the four nodes are maintaining. And with this progenitor you mentioned, I can't help but imagine that is who their nodes are keeping away from the rest of us. Thoughts, Theodosius?
I think you and I are of similar trains of thought.
There's like one Sharn Watchman who like chuckles, trains, like elbows his buddy. It's like, how's we're in trains, and the other's like Sharn Watchman, like, oh fuck, shut up, Barry.
I do think that the nodes are extremely important, especially given that we have discovered that they also act as a form of travel, portals, so to speak, for the cultists, as we have witnessed them firsthand of them traveling between them. So I'm sure with your investigation within the stone elemental temple, that there were staircases and or chambers or pathways, so to speak, to the various of our best guest, as well as we haven't fully been able to explore these passageways, but to the other either temples or the
Did find a stairwell that leads deeper.
Yes.
So deep underground that it should be impossible to breathe. And yet, our cursory sentries were able to operate down there just fine, suggesting high levels of ether. You think this is perhaps where the two surviving prophets might have retreated to?
I believe so. Yes. We managed to vanquish the air and water cultists, and you seem to have briefly subdued the earth, and well, that leaves us with the fire. So I believe that is where they've gone.
I do intend to bring fire to heal as well. This is when Zealous reintroduces himself to the conversation. And we come to the true purpose of our visit. Discussion of how to proceed forward. Hadrian, in his own way, has been insisting that he and the forces of House Kenneth conduct the raid and seize control of the Fire Temple, but I am of the understanding that you have soldiers who are in possession of the extremists.
This is true. Though I would like to note that in the time it took Hadrian to you to subdue one temple, we did subdue two. While I'm sure your forces are quite capable, you alone probably wouldn't be the most effective.
Hadrian sort of like straightens up a little bit, like raises his chin, like he's not going to argue with the facts, but
Truth hurts.
And-
Zealous says, "Indeed." Sorry.
Yeah, and if he's a logical guy, right? Zealous is like he seems very logical.
Yep.
Shabazz would probably tell him, and there's a reason why you're sitting here talking to us anyway.
Precisely. I wanted to gauge your tactical opinions as well as your intentions. According to the reports, you did in fact take control of two of the cultist headquarters, as well as numerous recruitment centers before then. You are a driving investigative force. I also understand that you must be tired.
Very much so. How about we lick our wounds, so to speak. We start fresh in the morning. I do understand time is of the essence, but we are all, and I kind of just gestured to Kaneth, all severely beaten. I myself, as well as several of my companions, were heavily beaten to the point of unconsciousness in this last skirmish. So I think it'd be best, and that plus gives us time to formulate a plan, or at least bring plans to the table, brainstorm plans to bring to the table to brainstorm and find the best course of action. That way we aren't making rash decisions in the heat of the moment, which could ultimately hurt more than it saves.
I would like you to make a persuasion check. Ooh, nicely done. Desjardins looks down to you, not intentionally. He's just a tall guy, right? But he looks. He makes eye contact with you. And looks at Shabazz, then at Hadrian, and you can tell that he's sort of like calculating. I've lost people during the war, people under my command. And as far as I see it, I am currently speaking to the individuals who know the most about our current situation and our enemy with first-hand experience. Jurisdiction of this investigation I am officially handing to you, Mr. Deorian, and your company.
Leo, in his head, is like, oh, fuck. And yeah, he's just kind of gives a little cough. Like, thank you. I appreciate the confidence.
The City Watch, of course, shall provide support where it can, but our forces are, especially after the events of tonight, run thin. Mr. DeKenneth, Adrian turns. If he has an opinion on this, he's not showing it.
Insight.
Yeah, sure.
Damn. Are you sure this is Thea?
He is in his element.
Apparently.
And Shabazz is feeding him lines through the message earring.
Yeah.
No, kidding. So even with a 25, Hadrian is difficult to read.
Okay.
But you do glean a few things. One, he was hoping to continue his own operations, right? Like before Zealous says what he's going to say, he does sort of have this expectation that his involvement is going to be lessened.
Yeah.
Right. At the same time, he's not too fussed about it.
Okay.
Ultimately, whatever ulterior motives he might have, he has never lied about his intention of making Sharn safe and bringing the cultists to heal. Like those are still his primary objectives.
Yeah.
So as long as that gets done, he doesn't really care. And you know from reputation, he's always been a means justify the ends type of a dude.
Gotcha.
Curiously enough, no, he doesn't think you're gonna die. He thinks you guys has good chances. Theo, like if that same thought that Shabazz had crosses your mind, like Hadrian is someone who pursues results first and foremost, right? As much as he would like the prestige, and as much as he would like to get closer to these elemental nodes and all sorts of other things that he might be up to, ultimately, you guys have a better track record. You have been able to move more quickly as a smaller, more specialized unit, right? Than him having to manage like 30 guys.
Yeah.
As long as the work gets done, he doesn't really care about how it gets done. Right? He is that kind of a guy, for better or worse. So Desjardins turns to him. Mr. Kenneth, I expect that you will provide support where you can, if asked, by Mr. Deorian and his unit, and reapply your forces to the fortification and security of the claimed ruins. If we are all in agreement with this arrangement,
I think we are.
Sounds good to me.
I have no issue with this. We will ensure that the 3 temples that we have in our possession aren't lost to any retaliatory strikes. Then I shall leave the operation to take the final temple and further explorations deeper beneath the city to you and your team, Mr. Deorian.
Much appreciated. I shall send you frequent updates.
Please do. I shall arrange. Sorry?
Would I be able to compliment him without like over flattering him? Like, am I able to tell who he is enough to
Sure.
make a wise decision?
Persuasion check.
Compliment is time.
Oh, yeah.
Compliment is balls. Jesus Christ. How massive they are.
Just suggest to him that he'd look really good bald. Just like
There's only a handful of people in this world, myself included, that look this good bald, but you would be one of them, sir. No, you know exactly what to say. There's little blush lines on Zealous' cheeks. No.
But I don't think I tried to make him blush or anything. Like,
No.
I can tell he respects his job. You know, he's very good at it, and like, I just want to like tell him he made a good decision, but kind of put it on him, like make him look good for choosing us.
Yeah, some affirmation. And no, he's not the type of dude. I was just being silly. He nods his head. I shall not take any more of your time. He does give Theo a card. It has his contact information on it.
Okay.
And a scroll of sending.
No, but he was going to say that he is going to issue a stipend, but that requires some paperwork and stuff. So, considering everything, he's going to make sure you guys are paid.
Okay, so
not much.
That's between him and the city council. He can't determine that. But kind of wordlessly, like he doesn't say goodnight or anything. It's not that he's rude. He's just a quiet, stoic individual. Gentleman. He bows his head and he turns like turn heel. Makes a motion for his entourage, and they sort of like gather in their police skycabs and their watch skycabs, and you watch them zip away. There is one remaining skycab with that is like all black. You can tell it's a house skycab, and there are 2 house agents looking like Secret Service, like standing on either side of it. And Hadrian, now that you guys are sort of alone, turns to you, Theo. I suppose I'll leave the rest of the investigation in your hands. I'm sure your father would be very proud.
I'm sure he would. I believe my parents are safe out uh, in passage. So
The first time since you like met him, Hadrian like actually drops. It's just a little bit, but like the stoic demeanor cracks a little bit, and his eyes look sympathetic, and carrying over that 25 insight. Hadrian is kind of a cold dude, right? In most cases. But he understands and appreciates like familial fealty. That's good. He says, sincerely. It's good to hear.
it is. I hopefully, when all this is said and done, and hopefully we come out victorious at the end, we all will have a chance to mourn everyone we've lost.
Indeed. Well, I best get to work then, reorganizing my forces. And he holds out a hand.
I will shake it.
It's a firm grip. Definitely firmer than yours, wizard.
I think well, as he's doing that, I'll just cast message as well, and in his mind he'll hear, I do appreciate the favors that you have given us while we were in our time of need. Don't think I haven't forgotten. I owe you one.
Hadrian is going to wink and draw his hand away after your handshake and hold up like a single digit of his finger, like counting like one. And then he'll turn to sort of like address you and Shabazz, because like Hargrim is still in the tower, right?
Yep. Just listening.
So he'll give like a sort of casual small bow. Good fortune to you. Should you need anything, don't hesitate to call. So we're on the same team now, as if we weren't before. And you guys have an opportunity to sort of pick Hadrian's brain before he goes, but he's sort of like starting the process of exiting the scene.
I don't think there's any more I need to ask.
Yeah, I'm not really too sad to see him go.
That's fair.
Like, I get that he's on our side now, but yeah, I don't think I'd want to talk to him any longer, and I want to go get a rest too.
He's like, thanks, but fuck you guys. I'm going home.
No, yeah, that's fair. It's just he has a high intelligence. You might be able to get some clues and exposition out of him if there was anything particularly on your mind. But you watch him go. He flies away. And you guys get an opportunity for rest. Theo and Shabazz, you re-enter the tower. Hargrim's there, having been listening in. You guys didn't really have a opportunity to really discuss your next moves. I believe the last thing said was Hargrim insisting that action needs to be taken sooner rather than later, as I recall from earlier tonight. But that said, before you take your long rest, what do you guys talk about? Or what are going to be your next moves, you think? Or does Hargrim have anything to say to Theo or Shabazz as they re-enter the tower?
I don't even know. I do think we need to come up with a plan, and quickly.
I would agree. Half of me wants to just say gather as many people as we can, as many men as we can, and hit them hard and fast while they aren't least expecting it. But also, I mean, there's strength in numbers, but also they're expecting us. Maybe not right now, but they're expecting us, and it might also be beneficial to go in as quiet as possible, or maybe a little bit of both. We do now have the resources of Caneth and the city semi at our disposal, so we could do maybe a two-sided attack where a distraction up front while we sneak in through the back door, maybe.
Yeah.
Back door.
I do know before we go in there, we should probably, and I hate to do any shopping without the other two, but we might need some resources. Health potions, stuff like that. I have a glaive I need to pick up. I need to see if Finn can fix my warhammer.
Yeah, we can. I say we give it sleep on it for the night, stock up for tomorrow, and then at dusk we ride.
I'm down. Yeah.
Yeah, rest, supplies, and then our companions.
Yeah. Then I'm sure I'll make sure to pass on a message to the watch and hopefully Kenneth, and maybe they can make a loud enough distraction that we can sneak in semi-unannounced.
Yeah. They blow the door and we sneak in through the window.
Exactly. Would you, Hargrim, would you feel comfortable if I were to ask for some additional help from, as the commissioner? Was it commissioner? I forget what his name is, but as the third party individuals.
Normally I'd be maybe against it, but this last fight we had, I realized that I can't keep all of you alive. I think that might be the right move.
Well,
as Shabazz is drifting off, he kind of abruptly sits up and he says, "I know what to do. You're a T-Rex, and you're a T-Rex, and I'm a T-Rex," and then he falls asleep.
rawr.
I guess I'll carry him to his bed.
I think, yeah. Before I call it a quits, would Theo know maybe from Hargrim or anything? Would he know where to maybe find representatives of the Boromar?
Yeah, Hargrim would know that. And to sort of fast track that, in the coming day, you are given support by the Watch, but it is sort of ancillary, right? It's difficult for you to recruit individuals to fight alongside you.
Yeah.
However, they are going to, further secure those recruitment centers as well as like secure the territories you guys have already established. As for like the raid,
Mm-hmm.
to be perfectly honest, the power disparity from rank and file watchmen and your party is so considerable that there is a genuine concern that they might just get in your way.
Mm. Okay.
There's also an element of like, you guys have been doing relatively great so far, so who wants to mess with the thing that's working?
So
Fair.
we do. Sorry,
No, go ahead.
I was just saying we do have options, right? So we have those Ogren that we hired. Were they Ogren? I can't remember. Ogres. I think,
The underworks.
yeah, I think we left them in the first temple we raided, right?
Oh, those guys.
And
Yeah.
then there are the orcs that we almost got into a fight too, but then became friends with that healer. I forget her
Yeah.
name during our investigation. It's not likely, but we do have the hobgoblins, that army that's in
Yeah.
that
So.
one place.
Mm.
They
Mhm.
are right above the fire temple.
Yeah. They
Yep.
Those guys could wreak havoc. Well, bust down the front door.
We do have one halfling in that family that might help us.
Only because
that
he wants to
farming
show Shino his big hog.
Yeah,
again.
we tell her she's in danger and he'll join us, I'm sure.
The goblins above the fire temple have kyber candy too.
Yeah.
Just saying.
What else do we have here? Well, we have 42.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't really want to do the war thing anymore, but this might have to be an exception.
I think he can make an exception for saving the city.
Finn might know some other warforged who are willing to help us, maybe.
I will say 42 is counting to 10 and taking long breaths because, well, you guys can roll an insight on 42 if you want.
Oh no, he saw the Kenneth dude out front. I was worried as soon as he opened the door. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He
I'll
hates
try.
all House Kenneth, doesn't he? That's why he joined us anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, doesn't take much of an insight to suss out that mystery.
So maybe if we do include him, we don't stick him with them.
Yeah.
Stick him with us. And then, yeah, I mean, that's all I can think of. But if you guys can think of, we do know a powerful wizard, but you guys kind of stole his book. So
That's true.
we definitely don't. He doesn't owe us anything.
Speaking of owing, if you contact the Boromar at this point with the situation that they had walked into, Theo, you're given. Sorry.
I was wanted to like confront them because of that, and like I needed yeah.
Yeah, you were given a polite but firm fuck off.
Oh.
Like, um, I mean, not so much. Like, allies, yes, but they are a little testy because, like, they had no idea what they were going into, and a bunch of them were petrified, and others were, like, killed.
Yeah.
And so the answer you kind of get there is, like, we're still willing to work with you, but until we are compensated and paid for before, no. Like,
Yeah.
we're not sending more people into the lion's jaws if the encounters are going to be like that.
Yeah. I think I would have gone there to, or at least reached out to settle the debt, because and also kind of maybe throw in a little extra for pain and suffering depending on how much it is.
Do you guys want to keep this easy?
I-
The amount of money to pay off the Boromars is roughly the same amount of money that Desjardins is willing to pay you. With the stipend aforementioned before.
Which is
Which is a contextually appropriate amount of money. But like if we want, like right now, we could be like, we're cool with the Boromars. You lose nothing. We just say they use the funds given to you by the watch to just sweep that under the rug, and we'll call it good.
I think I would like to at least give out of my own pocket, like, because what do I have? Yeah, I would probably give them like 300 platinum.
Ooh, lock.
Fair enough. 300 platinum, and you are friends again.
And under the stipulation that this is going to the families of the people who were injured or killed.
Yes, of course. Hargrim.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, you are actually contacted by Foesmiter,
Oh, Smiter.
the Inquisitive that you hired.
Oh, right.
He thinks he has a beat on your brother.
Forgot all about that. Kind of had a family reunion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whereabouts?
He has reason to believe that your brother is currently hiding out in Stormreach. It is a city across the sea on a continent called Shendrik.
Oh.
If it's the right guy, he is operating under an alias.
Smart. So, could you get a message to him from me?
I can see what I can do.
Okay.
I could use a good excuse to head to Stormreach, enjoy the jungles and the beaches.
Might be a good idea to get out of the city, anyways.
What do you want me to send to him?
Player me can't think of it right this second, but
Okay.
I'll write it. I'll type it out and send it to you if that works.
And just let me know when you're ready. Other minor things. Finn is able to fix Cobb's door knocker. You go ahead and call that good.
I also like to grab that glaive I left with him too.
You can pick up that +1 glaive. No problemo.
Shabazz would need some armor because he can wear medium armor now. So if we're shopping, he would probably pick that up.
Groovy. Just regular medium armor.
What's the cost of the stuff that doesn't impose disadvantage? It's not. Is it adamantium or is it
It's mithril.
mithril? How much is mithril versus just a regular breastplate?
I mean, if you're getting a breastplate, you don't need it to be mithril. Breastplate doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth.
Do you mean
But
mithril half plate? Or
Half plate is what I'm thinking. That's the maximum
correct?
AC. Yeah. Because the half plate's what, 750 on its own.
yes,
Because Teddy is right. If you just get a breastplate, you don't have the disadvantage, but you lose 1 AC. Well, lose, air quotes.
Finn does have a suit of mithril half plate. Let's see. Considering if you're just looking for base mithril half plate, he does have a suit that he's selling for 1625G.
We don't sneak that much. 750 will be fine. I'll take just a regular half plate. That's well.
If you
Yep.
want, I can scrummage over fucking notes and update party loot so you have an accurate count of.
Well, that's the only thing that I'm thinking though is like it's a gold cost, but our sneaking to this point has been until someone sees us and we just go crazy anyway. So
Well, I do vividly remember us saying, you know, we try and do the elaborate plans just to end up fail and face tanking everything.
no, and I went Hexblade to get the AC. So yeah, how much did you say that cost was?
1625 for a mithril breastplate. Going price $2,000.
Let me search notes and see what you have to work with in the party loot. I'm sorry.
No, we can update that after. I've got plenty of gold to take care of it. So
Oh, okay. I'm slacking on my notes.
yeah, I'll take the mithril half plate. And I
Well-
mean, I know it's not much, but I'd probably trade in my studded leather armor too because I wouldn't have a use for it, and I don't want to carry it.
Out of curiosity, my own.
I'd call that
mainly-
1600 even. Sorry?
Out of my own curiosity, mainly, what is just +1 breastplate? Non-mithril.
A +1 breastplate actually works out to be the same price.
So there you go. Do you want plus more AC at disadvantage to stealth, or 1 less AC with no disadvantage to stealth?
Are you saying there's +1 breastplate in the party loot, or am I mishearing?
No. I'm just asking in your place for my
Yeah,
own
Finn
curiosity.
can sell you a +1 breastplate. If you'd rather. They're the same price.
And it's half plate, right?
He can sell you a suit of mithril half plate or a +1 breastplate. They are both the
Oh,
same price.
+1 breastplate. That's
Yep.
different. I see.
Well, that's lighter though. I'll take the +1 breastplate because it's lighter, isn't it? By like
Yep.
20 pounds.
And you're effectively getting the same thing.
I mean, the half plate made of mithril will be half the weight, anyways. Let
Yeah.
me see there. Yeah, they would weigh exactly the same.
So it doesn't matter.
You're looking at aesthetics at this point, or whatever effects might apply in anti-magic fields. If you're an anti-magic field, the breastplate will just become a regular breastplate, whereas in an anti-magic field, mithril half plate will not lose those properties.
Yeah, I'll do the mithril half plate. Is there actual mithril half plate in the compendium, or do I just drag over the half plate and we'll just know the disadvantage on it?
I'll go ahead and drag over the half plate, and then I'll add I'll go ahead and add those modifiers.
And I would buy a shield. Well, we've got an extra shield though, don't we? Or do we not?
That might actually be in the party loot.
If you're just looking for a shield, there's going to be shields in your tower.
Okay.
Or that. Well, what is in party loot that I haven't updated? You guys can liquidate some stuff. Some
Are you
trade
still-
goods and garnets.
Are you still dinking around with my sheet there, Teddy?
I am.
Oh no.
Anyways.
Poopies. Party loot, there it is. Tankard of Sobriety. When did we get that?
When we got the tentacle rod
Oh.
in the air temple?
Yeah, the first temple. That was air. Yeah,
Yeah.
because water was second. Random loot table.
Yeah.
When did they change their goddamn coding? God damn you, roll 20.
Yeah. Heavy armor and stealth strikes again.
Are those my rolls, or are you just rolling randomly?
I'm rolling from your sheet.
Those are
Just
still pretty pimp stealth rolls, I gotta say.
those are still pretty pimp stealth rolls.
No, +7? Holy shit.
I do have expertise in stealth.
Oh yeah, the getting mithril is all
There we
for
go.
it. Hey.
Yeah, I think, well, I know for sure I am all out of health potions, so I would definitely like to stock up on potions.
There is a couple in group loot.
There's two greater.
Grading. Two greater.
And then I can't freaking see.
You guys might want some potions of fire resistance or something.
I've got one.
Shabazz, you have a dream during the night. You have a dream of a city on the coast. Geographically, you find that you are looking out onto the ocean at the mouth of the Dagger River. But the city where Sharn should be looks much different. With alabaster walls, and defensive weapons of war mounted and looking landward. And you witness a battle. Terrible and bloody. Dar warriors. Goblinoids at the height of their empire. Charged, empowered by ancient artificery and elemental magic. Slam into alien forces. Creatures once goblinoid and now twisted by something alien. Mind flayers and beholders descending from alien craft or up from the ground. It is a bloodbath. As you watch on in that way where in like in a dream you cannot quite force yourself to look away, you feel a presence beside you. She steps lightly. Turn your head to see a Juno-esque hobgoblin woman dressed like a warrior. You can make a history check with advantage from being a bard. She wears the ceramic plates. Her armor is black with red trim. Her dark hair is in a high ponytail, and her skin is crimson, but her nose is a deep blue color. You fail to recognize or remember exactly what that means. You aren't a hobgoblin scholar like some members of your party. But you can tell by the banner that she has strapped to her back and her lack of weaponry. She isn't bereft of weaponry. She has a Sherrod, a hobgoblin carved blade. But to your recollection, like this society was heavily militaristic, and most people were like strapped to the nines. Which sort of suggests to you that this must be a spellcaster, and as you're sort of thinking about it, you remember tales of the goblinoid dirge singers. Contemporary bards, your discipline of bard, for example, are taught about dirge singers, but usually, bards are built for diplomacy and entertainment, right? They roam to bring joy and collect stories and maybe make some cash adventuring, or livening up taverns. But every bard does hear, especially in Corvair, every bard does at least once hear a tale of the Dirge Singers, an ancient goblinoid and grim bardic college, which is not seen in these modern days, at least as far as you know. If there are any, they're extremely rare, and it's considered a dead craft. And even then, if they do exist, they're going to be a hobgoblin. You recognize just from like the uniform, the lack of weaponry, and her general demeanor that she must be a dirge singer. And just because I know that some of you degenerates are asking it in your minds, yes, she's pretty hot. But that's besides the point. She brings a 3-foot horn, a war horn crafted from the remains of a dragon, bands of adamantine, and covered in ancient runes. Thank you, cat. And she begins to play. The horn bellows a sad, lamenting, fatalistic song. You don't need to apologize, it's fine. That echoes across the battlefield. To your trained ears, Shabazz, it is a song that acknowledges today is a day where many of us shall die. But shoulder to shoulder, by the edge of our blade and the heat of our blood, our enemies shall rue their attempt. Should we die, we will die with honor. And should we die, we are just carving the path for our victorious kin. She stops playing. And then she turns and she looks at you. In all honesty, she is one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. Then again, in the landscape of dreams, why would you imagine an unattractive person? She shifts and addresses you directly. You are no Dar. But you have walked the roads of Jasharat. Who are you?
I'm Shabazz. A little slight bow, probably.
She bows back. You are also a carrier of stories and of music, thrust into war.
I am.
And you've been face to face with death.
This is true.
It's how you stand. And you have come in contact with the elemental princes.
At least 3 of 4.
She turns and she gestures to the battle. In this battle, they betray us. We had thought them allies. I do not know why they withdraw. But in this fight, we lose. And it is because their elemental blessings leave us abruptly and unkindly. traitors to my clan. Though I sense my people's time is long over.
It seems that way. This feels old.
Tell me, Shabazz. Tell me of your own clan.
I would say there are 4 of them now.
You worry for some of them.
Worry's a strong word. I don't know if it's worry as much as thought. It's not worry. It's not concern. But I do anticipate change. And I fear there's nothing that I can do to stop it.
Not much of a warrior then.
Does one need to be a warrior to worry?
No, but one does need to be a warrior to endure and enact change.
I think Shabazz would kind of chuckle a little bit. Like, he didn't. I don't think he would have thought that he would have, like, kind of been insulted by not being called a warrior. Like, maybe before he joined up with this group, he probably wouldn't have cared, but when she called him not a warrior after damn near dying 4 times, he's kind of like. Kind of puffs his chest out a little bit. Like, he's not going to say, I am a warrior with his voice, but he kind of shows with body language that he feels that he's been slighted a little bit. And kind of wonders why he's being insulted in his dreams, too.
She raises an eyebrow. I'm wrong?
I fight. Fight for change when necessary.
You wish to be a warrior. I've already started walking down that path. But I can see in you that this is a path you are unaccustomed to. Your existence has been more whimsical before now.
I think I would nod. That seems fair. And I do know that there's more power to be had.
Power is a tool. Is that what you desire? Power?
Are not my instruments tools as well? Yes, I desire power.
What would you do with that power, I wonder?
Use it with my clan to enforce the change that we believe is necessary?
She considers this. Crosses her arms, sort of like cocks her hips as she's sizing you up. Power is like a sword. It does indeed make you more than those who do not possess it, possess any of their own. But it requires strength and skill and a discipline to use safely. And I look at you, and I am not sure that I see very much discipline. But then again, and she turns, and the battlefield takes a turn for the worse as the earth begins to shake and the wind quite literally shifts, no longer in the goblinoid's favor. But perhaps discipline is not entirely necessary if we can both appreciate the value of revenge.
Does it seem like she wants me to say that I appreciate it?
It could be fair to say, but she is sort of she's not really like expecting an answer from you necessarily. Um she is a little bit more engaged in watching the battle unfold in front of the two of you. But after a little while, will turn, and then she does look like she's sort of like expecting some kind of answer or response.
Oh, there's definitely value in revenge.
If you offer me vengeance, I can offer you steel.
I think he'd ponder it for a little bit, like maybe a few minutes, is just watch the battle.
It gets gruesome.
And maybe because it turned and he watched the whole thing turn. And he's also been a little on edge for a few battles because there's a few times where he's been away from Hargrim and realized that he doesn't have the capabilities to defend himself that way when he's all by himself. And so that, along with the battlefield, he would slowly agree.
She nods. And she holds out her 3-foot war horn. She like holds it out like a samurai would, with their like sheathed sword, just like directly like straight arm in front of her. I am Galdur, and if you accept this, then we shall enter a covenant.
I think as soon as she reached out and said, "If you accept this," he took it and he didn't even wait.
Oh.
Let her finish speaking entirely. Like she kept talking, but as soon as she offered it to him, he snagged it up.
You
Or
wake
tried
up.
to, or reach out for it, or whatever.
You wake up. What does your first summoned hexblade weapon look like? What form does it take?
I think because I carry the Bandalore around with me, and I saw the horn, I would make the Bandalore my hex weapon, and it's gonna look like your typical Bandalore, but it's gonna have some like shadowy shit going on around it.
It is in your hands. And you can sense that something is different about it.
I think you would break into a pretty jam session and rendition of "Devil Went Down to Georgia."
Very good. And we are a little bit halfway mark. I see that I have some messages in my inbox. So I'll get to those. But let's take this as an opportunity to take our break, 10-15 minutes. You guys know the drill. And when we get back, when it comes to shopping, Surface team can just send me your guys' shopping list, and we'll see what we can do. But when we get back from our break, I'd like to transition the spotlight to the very patient Chino and Jax, pardon, and see what's going on with them wherever they are. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
I return.
I am also back.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hey, I got a question about Eldritch Blasts and the multiple blasts.
Mm-hmm.
Are they done from the same position, or can you do one and move and do one and move?
You can do one. Oh no. You have to fire both from the same position with the same casting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because they're happening at once.
And do I have to choose the target for all blasts before we start rolling, like BG3, or can I do them one at a time?
You can do them one at a time.
Okay.
Additionally, how I tend to treat spells like that too, like Magic Missile, for example. If the spell prematurely kills a target and you have other projectiles, I will ask if you want to redirect them somewhere else. Typically,
Okay. That's what
or
I was
I try to.
basically asking about, so that works
Yeah.
out nicely.
You ideally aren't going to waste a blast.
From choosing the wrong target. Rolling poorly, on
Yep.
the other hand.
Yeah, rolling like that's just going to be what that is.
And I can just manually adjust my AC, can't I? For the extra dexterity for the medium armor for your house rules.
Oh yeah. Sorry, cat. You gotta give me a second. I have a workaround around that.
I can just
I'll
change
just
it right on my sheet.
Yeah, but
It won't be a
sometimes sometimes it gets confused. Especially if we like level up again. So we found that a much better way to do it. Pardon me as I get into your sheet a little bit.
And I don't mean to be asking all the questions here, so if anybody else is around, by all means.
You're fine. I'm trying to fix last week's notes.
And I read on it, like, somatic and material. But from what I read, using an arcane focus as an instrument, I shouldn't have a problem juggling stuff, because, I mean, it is a weapon, but it's also my arcane focus.
Yep.
So anything that requires material and somatic, I can just hold the focus. And if it only requires somatic and not material, then I can just as a interact with object, like holster the instrument or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so I have added a +1 AC modifier. You'll find it underneath your attacks. And just keep that ticked on, and it'll represent that extra dex. We can modify it later if you go to like 18 dex or something.
Doesn't your house rule cap it at 3?
Oh wait, no, yeah, it does
1-1?
cap at 3. Pardon me. Well, if you get like what is it, like medium armor master, you can increase it to a +4.
Oh yeah.
Because I played Legend of Dragoon, and too young of an age. So I think half plate armor is the coolest shit.
Same.
Yeah, man. Fucking, if I had the time and the resources, I'd want to just like straight up write a Legend of Dragoon TTRPG.
Oh, would that be intense?
Like that'd be fucking. That's what I'd like to do. Legend of the Dragoon, like that's some juicy shit. Like that's some delicious. That is some delicious lore that is underutilized. Also, I'm holding a cat, but you're welcome, Baloo.
Oh, good.
Can I ask for like 3 minutes so I can finish up last week's notes? I'm almost done.
Oh yeah, no worries. Are we all here? Are we still waiting for anybody?
No, I think
No,
we're good.
that's why I'm asking for a couple more
Yeah.
minutes.
Jex, are you re-rolling now, or are you just dinking around linking stuff?
Oh, I was just like doing some theory crafting. I was just doing some theory crafting while you guys are having your moment.
I gotcha. I couldn't figure out if you were doing that or if you were actually straight up re-rolling.
I think I got the build down, and from all the reading, I don't see any restrictions on blade dancing except two-handed weapons. But most of the synergy from a lot of the wizard spells that most blade singers like to use as green flame blade is where the melee limitations really come in.
And booming blade. Is it
What?
really a melee limitation?
No.
Actually, like, does it specify? Because I've been thinking about that during the break, as I was like washing my vegetables, which is not a euphemism for anything, I promise. But I was thinking about like, what if I build a blade singer rogue crossbow expert and use hand crossbows? How fucking gross can I get with that?
Very gross, because there is no melee limitation. It's just a two-handed limitation.
Well, in that case, I can't stop you from using a gun.
And I really don't need a booming blade or green flame blade for the build I'm thinking.
A word.
This is going to be banger. And Jex can be mostly himself.
Indeed.
I'm just curious now, with no cleric, then does that mean I should probably take restoration with my magical secrets?
Do as you please. And despite what some grognards will say, a cleric and a healer is not entirely necessary.
That's what wands and potions are for, yo.
Lots of potions.
Shino's wand gun is also real good. A part of me, a small part of me, regrets giving you guys that item a little bit, but not so much that I want to take it away from you.
Well, I haven't really been using it all that much.
You should. It's a really good item.
I know.
I was
I know
actually-
it is.
I was actually going to talk to Shino about that after this went through, as being my offhand gun. You know, have my bang bang and then the not bang bang.
Isn't that a thing though? Don't you need to have your offhand open for spellcasting purposes?
Warcaster.
Oh. Oh, you can't have a shield. I see.
You can perform the somatic components of spells even when you have a weapon or shield in one or both hands.
Yeah, no, but it's in Blade Song.
Oh yeah. Blade Song says no shields. That's
Yeah, for
why
some-
your crossbow idea would work.
Sorry.
I said that's why your rogue crossbow expert would work, because you need crossbow expert and then warcaster, so you can still cast and pew pew every turn.
Yeah,
And just-
less
I'm just
team
thinking of using
trigger.
like a hand crossbow.
Right, because you get hand crossbow attack, bonus action, second hand crossbow attack, and then you get your second action to immediately cast your spell.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's at 410. Okay, Shino's ready. I can stop distracting.
No, you're good.
Very good.
If you need to keep talking, that's fine. I've done all the things I needed to do that I said I would do that I haven't gotten to do. And now I don't feel accomplished. I just feel like a burden has been lifted.
Hell yeah. So as Theo and Shabazz and Hargrim prepare for their next foray and discuss strategy on how to proceed and hopefully save their friends. Yeah, go ahead and do long rest things. Jex and Shino, you wake up again, but your surroundings have changed ever so slightly. Due to your injuries, it was a little touch and go.
What are our surroundings?
The first thing that both of you notice is that you are tied with chains to a pair of rather plush chairs. Besides your restraints, you are surprisingly comfortable. This room is also surprisingly cozy. Throw rugs, privacy screens, a couch, and chairs have created a cozy space here. Gossamer fabrics are draped across a large four-poster bed, and a desk sits next to Jack's in the southeastern corner. This room smells of perfume. The light is dim from a brazier in the corner, giving it an intimate atmosphere. The perfume has hints of cinnamon and saffron. And there is a heat in this room. A warmth that borders on unpleasant, but not quite.
I'm gonna rattle the chains.
sounds echo in the room, though the chains don't rattle too much. They are bound pretty tightly. Again, you're strangely not comfortable, but you're not uncomfortable, but you are restrained. You realize that chains sort of make an outer restraint, and your hands and feet are, and parts of your body are restrained with a sort of silken rope. Whoever tied you up really knows what they are doing.
How are we tied? Or like our arms on armrests or behind the back? Feet to the legs?
These chairs do not have armrests, so your hands are tied behind your back.
Okay.
You do hear through the walls the sounds of large machinery, the occasional shout. As of barking orders, but they seem far off. This room, whatever it is fairly isolated from a larger facility.
Not the warm welcome I was expecting.
Um, Sheena's just gonna look to you and just be like, "Well, you would know. This happened to you before."
So your options are limited, but you do have a moment to speak amongst yourselves and maybe make some actions, attempt some things.
I can only assume our belongings have been confiscated, other than like the clothes on our back.
Yeah, you are left with your clothes. But you are without armament and without spell components and your other equipment.
Well then.
As you're inspecting yourself, though, Shino, you do notice something. You purchased stockings, I believe, to help obscure your dragon mark.
Oh no. Yeah.
They aren't damaged, but you can tell that the one legging covering your dragon mark has been tampered with. It's not damaged, it's just sort of like, you know how when you feel like you have a sock on backwards or upside down? It's not quite that, but it's a similar sort of like, this isn't quite right. This is not how I would have my stocking, right? It feels a little bit wrong.
Then I'm just gonna speak up and just say, like, I feel like I have been inappropriately touched.
Isn't that how you feel most mornings waking up?
quick wittiness is going to be the death of me. Speaking as Cat Angino.
We've made it this far, and we've only been captured twice.
Well, yeah. So, over under on when the cavalry comes.
Give it less than 24 hours, unless they get hauled up.
Give me either an investigation or a perception check. Also, Shino, you are real glad that you can read lips. Because Navi is not here.
You are correct. And the investigation and perception is from both? One?
You can choose one.
Okay. Well, I just meant, like, are both of us rolling for this?
Yeah, either of you can roll whichever.
I present you
wow.
24.
That is some team synergy.
Roll20 is definitely on top of their game tonight. Watch.
Roll20 just like, sorry about the compendium, you guys. Sorry, you guys.
Sorry for duplicating all my spells every time.
Sorry for duplicating all your spells. Here's some good rolls. Jex, you're definitely back underground. And the heat is from a combination of machinery and exhaust that is sort of like filtering through. But also you feel that sort of like geothermal. There is lava here and there's magma here. And you're at a point here where you are leaving cold, coming back into that sunlightless warmth. The smells are definitely from the surface. And you identify a lot of those smells. The perfume. The perfume is called Scent O Asmodeus. It is a very popular but rather expensive escort perfume that is very popular in the lower wards, particularly in like Torchlight and like the other red light districts of Sharn. It is considered to be a sinfully seductive perfume.
If we were grabbed by the Earth fuckers, Shino, why do you think we're in the Fire Skinks room?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know why we were brought to the fire cult. Like, I get earth and fire aren't opposing elements and they sometimes work together, but 2 + 2 don't equal 4 in this situation for me.
And some other things that you notice. Jex, this place is comfortable, but it is not lived in. The bed is made up. It does not look like it's been slept in some time. the scent of perfume is coming from the brazier in particular, sort of creating a ambient scent. But there is very little evidence of anyone actually being here often. It almost looks like it's, and this is something that you both kind of come to a conclusion to with your joint rolls. It seems to you like it's, to the both of you, like it's like a front, right? It is here to give the impression that a high class whore lives here, right? But this room is not often used. Jex, you also notice on the desk, not on the desk, but in the waste bin, there is like next to the desk, there is a pile of trash parchment that has been torn apart aggressively. And sort of peering over, you see that they are shreds of a poster. Like multiple posters. Often, like, you're guessing copies of the same one. Shino, if Jex brings this to your attention, you identify the posters as well. First of all, they're a little old. They're like 5 or so years old. They're pre-ceasefire, but they are in fact advertisements for a burlesque show, right? At a and without looking at like the complete poster, you won't be able to like identify a name quite yet. You would need to look at the whole thing, but you can tell that it's like a burlesque, most likely doubling as a bordello, as Jex would be able to tell you, because in Lower Sharn, if you have one, it's most likely holding hands with the other at least. And there's sort of like a stylized silhouette of a tiefling woman who is very shapely, with like fire motifs around her. That you sort of like piece together by like looking at it, looking at the scraps that you can in the waste bin.
She's certainly not a fan of her older work.
Oh, it's finally coming to a head, huh?
The two
Makes sense.
Jax specifically hears the sliding of stone, and then the same sound in reverse, sliding back, and then a sound, and the sound of footsteps coming down a set of stairs.
Oh, good. Room service is finally here.
One set of footsteps is heavy. There's the clanking of steel. Thud, 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 clank, clank, clank. The other is sharper and lighter. The sound of... You've been hanging around Shino enough to identify the sound of heels clicking against the ground. They do not share words with each other, but they do turn around the corner and enter the room. One you recognize immediately by the snakes that make up his hair and his stony skin and the war pick at his side. Marlos or Unrail. Who is also in the company of a gorgeous but severe tiefling woman with crimson skin, high cheekbones, and long flowing black hair, and red dragon-like horns that flow up and out from her eyebrows. She in particular is quite a beauty, due to a particular character flaw. Shino, you know that this woman,
Yeah.
if not more beautiful than you,
Oh.
does rival you, and does have a, in case anyone's curious, a figure to challenge our undisputed queen. Up until this point, undisputed queen, I guess. But like Eresi kind of had that Valley Girl rich kid level of hot. Thanks, Baloo. This tiefling does not have that. Jax, it doesn't take an insight check for you to see that this is a woman that, despite her beauty, has had a rough go of things in her life. She has that I was born in the lower wards and it has defined me type of energy, which you in particular are very familiar with.
Can you turn down the heat in here?
Marlos sighs heavily, already just a little bit irritated. The woman looks down at you, Jax, her burning yellow eyes appraising you. And then waves her hand and exerts a little bit of magic. In doing so, her robes, which you realize she is wearing robes that, while sort of unable to cover her like obscure her figure, the only skin that you see is her face and her fingers, which directly juxtaposes against, like contrasts against the decor of this room. And when she does that, you also see that she has in her scabbard a dagger made out of brass on her side that has a lot of the aesthetic elements that is shared with Iron Fang, Drown, and Windfade. She waves her hand, and the heat in the room starts to evaporate? No. Both of you see that the heat is sort of drawn towards the dagger. And the dagger glows slightly, but the room is considerably cooler.
Ah, thank you. See, Scaly? Just because you're terrorist doesn't mean you can't have manners. Thank you, miss.
Marlos is going to sneer. And Vanifer, whose expression has not really changed, like her face doesn't have any laugh lines or anything. You don't really get the vibe that she's much of a smiler. Will curtsy. Despite our precautions, you are our guests for the moment. My name is Vanifer. I am the prophet of Emix and the leader of the cult of Eternal Flame. You must be Jax.
My reputation precedes me, or my mouth. One and the same.
Both. Your mouth, certainly.
Excuse me.
Vanifer puts a hand on Marlos's arm. She is like physically smaller than Marlos, but there is like a power dynamic here
Yeah,
at play. Like Marlos is not a simp, right? There's a little bit of like irritation of irritation, but there's also like Marlos is careful not to overstep with Vanifer, and you kind of get this vibe that Vanifer knows this and sort of like quietly exerts this commanding pressure, and where Marlos is clearly uncomfortable being like the second in command here, deferring to Vanifer, but Vanifer in these like small quiet ways sort of like reminds him, remember who's in charge. Sort of an energy that you're getting, like just from that small like interaction. I have heard of you even before these events. Protector of Goldgate.
You do seem like the only one with any connection to actual people. The rest of your friends kind of just give off housey vibes.
You get the first smile from Vanifer. She like puts like two fingers against her cheek, and it is a small smile, but it is a smile like, yeah, you are not wrong. And Marlos turns, Vanifer, perhaps we should get to the point.
Have some winner's grace, Marlos. I'm the one in chains.
Vanifer will then Are either of you thirsty? Hungry? I promise you there is no trick.
No, I'm fine. Not that I don't trust you, but I'm more curious.
I'll take them up on their offer. So long as Vanifer feeds me herself.
Sorry, what was that last bit?
So long as Vanifer feeds me herself.
She will, actually. She uses magic to create a plate of food, grapes and meat and cheese, and a goblet of wine, and she uses Mage Hand to pull a chair to her, and she will sit next to Shino. Say ah. And Marlos rolls his eyes
Oh shit! Oh, I'm losing it. Hold up.
and will like back up to like lean on this wall.
Oh, I'm gonna full on lean into it. Excuse me.
As he groans and steps away, I'm gonna look Marlos dead in the chin and be like, "Would you be more entertained if you were feeding Theo?"
Huh. He's the Deorian.
Yes.
If I were feeding him dirt and a shovel, perhaps.
Do you just have zero fun? Is that the hammer's fault, or have you always been that way?
Is our story what you're truly interested in?
Actually, yes, because if I know how you guys started out, I know the kind of corruption that is now affecting my friends.
Corruption. She and Marlos are going to share a look. Vanifer's going to turn. Corruption indeed. What we are about to share might give you the impression that we are not fully aware of what we are doing or fully believe in our purpose and our chosen path. But out of respect, let me tell you now that that is not the case. We've come together because we collectively hate parts of this world. She feeds Shino another grape.
I am baby goo goo gaga, feed me.
Oh, jeez.
I don't. There's nothing else I can do. All I have is my wits and my 14 charisma.
I will avoid the implication that the fire may have existed, but the fuel could have been unnatural. But I understand what you are saying.
I have always had fire in me since I was born. figuratively and literally. As does Marlos have a connection to Earth, it is how it works. Compatibility and desire. And it is true. I have a desire to burn away the wretched parts of this tragic world.
I wish I do agree with you, but not in scale. You burn like a wildfire, and what the city needs is a cauterization.
I agree. That is what I was hoping to hear. The weapons, they are a two-way street. We influence them, those on the other side, but they influence us. My partner, Imix, wants to immolate everything. And he and the Tinder Strike came to me when I was at my lowest. When I was broken and beaten. And consumed by thoughts of vengeance or suicide. Imagine how grateful I must have felt for this being, this embodiment of fire and passion and power, to have sought me out and promised me everything I wished for. Power and strength and vengeance. To find those who had harmed me, to slit their throats and burn their bones to ash. It was satisfying, Jax. Just thinking about it now causes me to shiver. I just had to pay a simple price. I just had to lead those who felt similar, who wanted to burn away all the bad. Believe it or not, that is how many of us started. Marlos is going to sneer, Iresi notwithstanding. That bitch was just crazy. And Vander's gonna shrug, like, yeah, not wrong.
I'm gonna look over to Shino and like, that was the one in the theater, right?
Mhm.
Be honest with y'all. Y'all have a lot of minions to keep straight. But why do the weapons jump so quickly?
The princes have their own machinations, some that even we were not made privy to right away, and we are under their influence. Not completely, but enough. Iresi was selfish, profoundly so. That made her easy to manipulate, and Gar, at his core, is a soldier, not a leader. Following orders comes naturally to him. But a little while ago, Marlos and I realized that we, by our partners, were also being manipulated. Believe it or not, we don't actually want to end the world.
I would suppose not. Only the lowest levels are usually crazy enough to believe the slop cult are serving out.
Our patrons, however, wish differently. And additionally, they are angry and wish to free their progenitor, which is counter to what we wanted, though our desires are being muddied by their influence.
What has kept y'all from the progenitor? I think you've had all this time, you were under the radar, and we wouldn't even caught on to you if it wasn't for the terror attacks. Like, why give the game away when y'all could have just kept digging down?
It's a process. The devastation orbs are a part of that process. The tremendous outpouring of elemental ether back into Eberron. And the manifest zones laying below us. Each of the princes have their own desires. Emix wants to burn away the world. Ogremak wishes to swallow and crumble the old world away. But all four of them are united in their desire for Tarazadun to return. And this cannot be so easily done. At least one of them must return. And the ritual to summon one of the elemental princes requires that much ether to be released and consumed. But also, and Vanifer is going to put her hand on Shino's thigh and caress along your dragon mark.
I was hoping you hadn't noticed that.
We have been looking for this for a long time. That half ogre took it from us. I doubt she knew its true potential when we uncovered it, but knew enough to take it away, and that, in a sense, was our saving grace. Without the whispers of Tarazadun, Vanifer and I were able to reclaim some of our sense. we were able to place some magic in this room that deafens our patrons. To our schemes. Which is where the two of you come in.
Wonderful.
You're of Orcish descent.
How could you tell?
I took the prefix ear, not out of vanity, but as an attempt to insult. I started this quest to fight for my kind, who often are considered to be kin with your kind. I am a son of Drome.
Respectful.
The humans and elves and dwarves that command Corvair see us as lesser people. My intent was to make them see. But this has gotten out of hand.
Usually massive terror attacks have a way of backfiring on the public image, yes. Worthy goals twisted to terrible means.
I don't regret the majority of our actions. Change cannot be something done in a forum. That's become clear. Those with power will do what they can to maintain that power and oppress all beneath them for their own profit and security and control.
Yeah, and who died in your attacks? The powerful or the oppressed?
Ask your friend Aurian.
Yeah, most of it was staff. This is why I say wildfires where you need cauterization.
We admit things have gotten out of hand. Especially if their plans are to come to pass. The devastation orbs, as terrible as they may be, that will pale in comparison if any of the manifest zones should build to the point or they would allow any of the elemental princes to come through. Exponentially so, if Tarazadun manages to make its return. Shino, your dragon mark tingles, and there's like a part of you in the back of your brain that is like, that sounds like a great idea, actually.
Okay.
Not all of you, there's just like a little voice that's just like, would it be so bad though? That sounds great. That sounds like a fun time. And so this is the part. Sorry?
Oh no, no.
This is the part where we ask you to join us and you fight and rankle and say, after all you've done, you expect to do this thing with us? And we go back and forth and we bicker and we leave you here to think about it. But two of our prophets are gone. And even now we are beginning to lose ourselves once again. I wanted vengeance. And at my very lowest, at my very worst, I did want to burn the entire world down. But that is not a rational thought. And that sort of fire which should ignite and burn brightly and then die down has been stoked by the Lord of Fire, and I do not like what it is doing to me. I can hardly be a champion of my people if there is no people to champion.
And what exactly is it you want us to do?
I was hoping that you would join us. Perhaps your companions as well. If we discard the elemental weapons, well, in the case of Marlos and I, that is now impossible. They are bound to our souls intrinsically. Separating us would not be easy. But in the case of your friends, whom Drown and Windvane had sought out, they would simply seek others. The cycle would begin anew. We do not wish to stray from our path. Our mission, not the prince's mission, but our mission remains the same. But perhaps with your wisdom, as you, Jax, have proven to be one of wisdom, perhaps even guided by divine hands, our council will have some temperance. And as for this darling thing, she brings the goblet of wine to Shino's lips. She has a unique connection. And may be at the center of all of these plans. This mark that she has been cursed with could condemn or save us all, depending how we plan to move forward. But either way, while she has it, Thrazdun's whispers will continue to coerce her. Think about it, Jax. Our methods may be extreme, But you mentioned cauterization. Corvair's infection runs deep and does need to be cut out. I know some part of you acknowledges this.
The only problem is not that I can't trust you, that y'all can't even trust yourselves. Like you said, the influence only wanes when you're in this room. How can you plot against that?
All the more reason to have someone who can help keep us accountable. And perhaps work with us to silence the elemental princes before they completely take hold of us.
We shall see. I fear we're not going to get a chance, though, soon.
What makes you say that?
While we're plotting in this room, I'm sure the other two are plotting in the other.
There is an issue that we need to acknowledge. As per our patron's schemes, those manifest zones are already in flux. Without the weapons to stabilize them, those manifest zones are going to explode outward and become gateways.
So y'all can't really leave your bases that often, is what you're saying with those weapons. And now that they're running around with Theo and Hargrim, shit's getting all wacky.
Shit was whack to begin with. This was always the plan.
To die?
I didn't say it was my plan.
Touche.
With the use of the devastation orbs, there was enough ether for the manifest zones that birthed them to start to become unstable. They are building energy. And once they have enough, they will explode outward and become a gateway, allowing Yan Sibin and Hydra to come through into our material plane. The same is happening for Emix and Ogrimmok. And because the authorities are encroaching on us, thank you for that, by the way, both Vanifer and I will be retreating to those manifest zones. And if we have any chance of survival for ourselves, we must do our master's bidding. And Marlis looks genuinely sickened with himself having to say that.
At what point?
He holds up Iron Fang. This is the curse we ended up bearing by accepting these blasted things. But perhaps if the other manifest zones can be brought under control, and we can ensure that none of the princes are able to come through. Well then, perhaps with a little nudge, we can be reminded of our true purpose. Perhaps with a little nudge, we can regain enough willpower to seal our patrons away properly.
How do we stabilize a manifest zone?
Vanifer draws her dagger, and she'll like hold it almost reverently, like in the palm of her two hands. There are 4 keys at play. The weapons are channels. They were born of the manifest zones, tied to them. Through these, we can manipulate those manifest zones, create devastation orbs, cause them to calm, redirect their energies, or cause them to overload and open under the right circumstances. It is how the ancient hobgoblins held the Jar Sharat for so long. The 4 weapons allowed them to directly manipulate the manifest zones, providing wind power, clean water, energy in the form of fire, and fertile crops. But the inverse can be done as well, hence the devastation orbs. However, by doing so, they had made the manifest zones incomplete. Should one with an etheric tie, or in the presence of one with an etheric tie, such as any of the prophets or those chosen by the weapons, sacrifices the weapon to the manifest zone, whilst also in the presence of a connection to Tarazadun, it is possible to fully stabilize the manifest zone. This would make them unable to be manipulated from that point forward, and the weapons would no doubt be destroyed, but it would seal that connection from elemental prince to our material plane, preventing their entry into our world forevermore. This would also free Marlos and myself, as well as your friends.
And this is something you have yet to try for.
We have tried. The princes protect themselves through influence. If we are too close to the manifest zone, and we know that the other manifest zones are still unstable, whenever we make the attempt, we are convinced that it is the wrong thing to do. Magically compelled.
So it's something easier for a fresh wielder to do, is what you're saying. One less influenced yet.
Indeed. And in order for it to be complete, and if you wish to cure your friend here, and she nods to Shino, she will need to be in the presence of such an event as well. It is our understanding that with each sealed manifest zone, Tarazadune's influence, the cracks in the veil will close more and more. By saving her, or by saving us, you're saving her.
And we're not going to drop Sharna south.
That is part of the fear of what might happen if we tamper too much with the manifest zones, fail to destroy the weapons, or destroy them without the presence of a connection to Tarazadun. The records that we found were quite clear. The progenitor's ambient magic is necessary to take on the burden of the wild energies that will no doubt erupt forward once the process begins.
Well, then, we are definitely in a pickle.
In addition, the longer the manifest zones remain unstable, or the longer the weapons remain awake, and for every elemental prince who becomes free, Shinono, Tarazadune's influence will continue to spread within you until you and it become one.
Well, then, Shino, do you want to be an evil god or do you want to be cured?
I'm gonna need to think about that one, Chief. Right now, I'm being restrained and having words of sweetness whispered to me. It's all a little overwhelming.
That is what they all have in common. Sweet and overwhelming. Until they own you almost completely. And I made a vow to myself that I would never be owned again. Emix said he would honor that, and Emix, like so many others, just proved to be another liar.
Not a surprise, I guess. We shall think.
Very well. Vanifer will stand up. And she will start heading back towards the stairs. Marlos hesitates a bit. Imagine it. A world without dragon-marked houses. A world without petty princes and princesses vying for a throne that no one remembers the use for anymore.
But at the cost or risk of a world without us. Any of us. No princes, no paupers. It's a gamble.
Evidently. Personally, I'm hoping to avoid that.
Uh, Before Vanifer left,
Yes.
could I have asked her if she could just untie us and that we will act upon good faith as in not to leave because you have my things and there's quite literally nothing I can do?
Vanifer's going to smile and she's going to cup your cheek. And then she's going to lean in and press her lips against yours and linger there for a while. Before drawing away and sweetly saying, no.
Oh, such a tease.
But perhaps you'll learn to enjoy it, yes? If you aren't already. And Vanifer and Marlos are going to leave.
If it makes you feel any better, I was being honest.
Vanifer doesn't put much stock in honesty.
If it's any consolation, Shio, I trust her about as much as she trusts you, so.
What does that mean for me?
You're influenced by Demon Dragon of Death, I guess?
A couple of things. Vanifer is going to leave the plate of food and goblets of wine on the table, kind of tantalizingly close to Jax, like just on the edge of the desk.
I'm used to starving.
I'm not. That's why I had her feed me.
So is there anything you guys want to like attempt to do while you're here?
attempt to do?
I mean, you are sort of left to your own devices, and you have gotten enough of a rest. You've gotten enough of a rest that would allow you to not slip back into unconsciousness and take stock of your surroundings.
Well, other than things that are innate, there's not much I can do.
Well, you sure about that? It's not like your chairs are bolted to the floor.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to start disrespecting my surroundings.
Might have been captured by insane cult leaders who are trying to sympathetically swing you to their cause. But draw the line at vandalizing this room to free yourself. I respect it. How's Jax doing?
If only they could trust themselves, it would have worked. But no. Honestly, I'm wondering if we should not try to bust up in here until we hear sounds of shit going on. Because honestly, maybe we can get more information out of them if they come back. And me and Shino are not in the. We need much more of a rest to recover energies before we try a breakout because we are not the beat 'em up people.
I mean, you've been here before. You know what to do. I just look pretty and bat my eyes and get out of situations, but that didn't work.
Yeah, you were an apprentice. You faced off against a master. Honestly, Vaniford is kind of everything that Shino wants to be. Sorry, not sorry. That's just kind of how it shook out.
I'm basically suggesting we play good little hostages, at least until we have spell slots back.
Well, I'm sure we'll have spell slots, but I can't do anything about it. I mean, the only spells I can do are Silvery Barbs, Thunderwave, Featherfall, and Misty Step, and Crown of Madness.
What would you do if you could do something?
I just at least wanted to have freedom of movement.
Misty, step your chair 30 feet up and fall on the wood. You'll take some damage, but it'll break the chair.
Yeah, Misty Step's only verbal components, so being tied up doesn't prevent you from casting it.
And no. But there's part of me that believes if I Misty Step, the chair's going with me.
Yeah, that's why you go up, so you fall and break the chair.
I mean, if you want to do that, by all means, go ahead.
I need the long rest to be able to do that. I burned all my shit.
Oh, you guys got a long rest. Sorry.
Okay.
Consider yourselves having a long rest. I am kind of curious, Shino, if you were to think about any of your other party members, who would you be thinking about?
Well, you know, that's probably gonna be the wall. Because I know when Theo and Jex got abducted, I just followed his lead, and he led the charge on the storm the castle. So I have full faith, Dragon Mark shenanigans aside, that Hargrim is itching for a fight. And that his rage might be genuine and not just from a barbarian.
Would you dwell on that thought?
Yeah.
Hargrim,
Mm-hmm.
while you are buying potions, Drown sort of thrums, and you have a flash of Shino tied up in a dark, dimly lit room. And you hear her wishing for you to furiously burst in.
Oh boy. I don't recognize this room at all, right?
No.
I don't know. Are we telepathically linked, like Theo, Shabazz, and I?
Hey, Shino, make a wisdom saving throw.
Fuck. Is this one I need to roll with advantage?
Why would you have advantage?
Because I have a blessing.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, roll with advantage.
Well, I'm asking if I could. I don't know if I want to.
You can if you want.
Let me finish typing this out.
While Shino's typing that out, Theo, Shabazz, Hargrim. You know, time is of the essence, and we were talking about like the fire temple. From what direction do you guys want to enter? You can go in from the Fallen via that keep, or you can enter from the Earth Temple or the Air Temple.
If I'm, I'd rather go through the Fallen because I'd probably want to go get some more Kyber candies from the goblins.
Fair enough.
And also strategically, we've attacked from inside the last 2 times, so they may not expect us coming from above or whatnot, or from that way instead of immediately behind us. So that would be.
That is true.
I kind of like Theo's back door, to be honest. I'm all for charging, but
Kind of the issue there is that there are 2 back doors.
right. But I think if we can convince our hobgoblin friends up there to attack the fallen entrance, might kind of pull some of the attention away from one of the other 2 entrances.
All right, if you guys want to do that, elect someone to make a persuasion check.
Probably Shabazz.
Probably best, yeah.
Okay, very good. 200 gold for 4 pieces of Kyber candy. By the way.
Oh yeah, I'll take that.
Also, yeah, on your signal, the hobgoblins will descend and try to siege the fire temple from that direction. With the 23? For sure. Especially after you tell them that, like, underneath there is Jar Sharat, ancient city of the hobgoblins. They're like, yes, okay. Reclaim our ancestry. Shino, I still need that wisdom saving throw. But also, could I get a sleight of hand check from you and Jax? That's a pretty solid plan.
Dirty 20.
Holy, okay.
It's my
Uh,
dainty fingers.
Before we proceed, I was thinking you started learning your way around some ropes, but before we proceed with that scene, I do want to know from what direction do Theo and Hergrim and Shabazz go.
We didn't really see the Earth Temple because we took off through the ground. So
That's
I would guess
true.
probably through the other temple because we're more familiar with it. We don't know what's really over in the Earth Temple, do we?
No, but I'm pretty sure I'm sure that the Earth Temple's been cleared out.
Yeah, there's Cannith agents, and they can escort you through.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to workshop with the boys or no?
You can workshop with Hargrim because it is a psychic connection. You realize that, Shino. You also resist Tarzadoon's influence if you want. But you do realize what just happened was thinking about someone who was in possession of one of those weapons. Your dragon mark allowed you to reach out and make a connection with them, kind of like ascending, but not. It's something like in between ascending and a message. But you do have a form of communication. While you're doing that, though, Tarazadoon is sort of like clawing at the barrier, like, "Hey, let me in. Let me in and help you more. Let me in." And you're sort of like at that point where you can choose whether or not you want to let them do that.
If I continue talking with Hargrim, do I need to keep making saves, or is this?
For the purposes of like a quick conversation, it'll be fine. But if you're like, yeah, I want to try and maintain it the entire time and maybe like use it to help the boys drag you and Jex down, then yeah, I might ask for some extended checks.
Okay. Would it be another check to reach out to Theo?
It would be possibly another check to reach out to Theo.
Okay.
But now that you know what you're doing, that's just an Arcana check, not a save. If you fail the Arcana check, I'll ask for a save.
Okay.
But before you do that, is there anything you want to communicate to Hargrim or send to Hargrim?
I don't know how to phrase it per se. But the idea is maybe attack from the air temple because that's closer to home. And if you need to retreat, you can.
That's true.
Good point.
Do we have okay, so question to you, Teddy. That devastation orb. What
Yes.
did we do with it? Did that get relinquished to evidence?
Well, no. When you made it inert,
Yeah.
it disintegrated.
Oh,
It didn't
okay.
have enough magic to hold itself together.
Gotcha. Well, and
Theo, do you have Dimension Door as a spell?
I do. I can cast it through my dragon mark, and I have I can cast it 5 times if I need to, but I have spell slots that I can use to cast it as well.
I mean, would we be aware that Hargrim's connected in any way at all?
Not at this point, no. Like that conversation would have to happen later because this is happening while Hargrim is buying potions. Technically happened in the past, right? According to this timeline.
I
You
definitely
did resist the dragon breaking quotes, yes. Sorry.
Oh no, I think we. Hold on. Let me see what spells do I have because I'm doing something. Creature you are familiar with. Oh, I could have been talking to Shino this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodness gracious, I'm ridiculously dumb. All right.
No. You know how many spells fucking wizards get?
Not enough. I'm gonna cast a couple things of sending. To basically, I'll touch base with Shino. And basically kind of fill her in on what we're trying to do and um, maybe kind of form of a plan of action at that point.
Okay.
And I'll say we'll take the day, so I'm sure we'll get a long rest before. So I'll use as many spell slots as needed to convey and have this conversation at 25 words a pop.
Very good. This will happen after the event with Hargrim.
That's fine.
So, Shino, you send that to Hargrim. Hargrim, you realize that you have a connection with Shino. Shino, are you going to allow Hargrim to send information back?
First, fuck. I feel like my question will not get an answer.
What question?
If I need to make a save. I'm trying to avoid making more saves. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you missed it before. So for the purposes of this conversation, you are fine.
It's continuing the same
right.
conversation.
Yeah, it's like if you're actively trying to like maintain it over a long period of time, I might ask for more, and swapping targets.
Okay.
But even then, now you're aware of what's happening. So an Arcana check will allow you to control it, and only if you fail that Arcana check will I ask for another save for this particular ability.
Okay. And you'll keep the DC unknown.
I will.
Okay, that's fine. Then yes. If it's not gonna incur a save for resistance, then yeah.
Did they hurt you? Is Jex with you?
I got fed grapes by Vanifer, and Jex is fine.
Hey Hargrim, you know who Vanifer is.
Right.
You did not know that Vanifer was the other prophet. You still might not know, but to your knowledge as a Sharnite, Vanifer is Sharn's top tier, most famous escort and and exotic dancer. She disappeared like 5 years ago. Like she just like vanished. But like guys who have like posters of her topless like in their lockers and shit.
Well, why is Vanifer there? Is she a member of the cult or what?
It's
Oh.
also toasty where we are.
Like,
Well, it could just be that she was toasty. I just know I'm in a room, and I'm assuming from our investigation checks earlier that Jex deduced we were underground. That it was also acknowledged to me that we're underground.
Yeah, it's like that muggy sort of underground heat.
Okay, yeah, and I'll just say we're uh maybe we're underground, maybe industrial, like. Because I remember you said there was clanging of steel and gears or something like that. Very faintly. Oh, but I wouldn't hear that because I'm deaf. Then I'll just say we're underground. And it's toasty.
we assume that you're with the fire cult. Yeah. We have a plan, kind of, I think. It's not completely ironclad, but we did convince the hobgoblins to attack from the fallen. I think our plan is to go through one of the other passages to get in. We're coming for you guys, though. First, we're shopping, but then we're coming.
Cool. Buy me some witty remark here that my brain is not processing.
An enchilada. Give me some from Chipotle. All right, very good. Shino, you feel like you might be losing the connection.
Alright, yeah, I'll just cut it off.
That's when Theo contacts you.
Okay. Hello. You have reached the internal head of Shino. How may I assist you today?
Do you accept the collect call from? No. So yeah, I'll just kind of relay what our plan is. Of like we are in charge of. Let's see. I'm actually going to count this out. We are in charge of the investigation. We are coming to save you. Hashtag backdoor gang.
Is the hashtag necessary?
Hashtag backdoor gang.
I'm pretty sure sending allows me to respond, and those will be my
Yeah.
those will be part of my 25 words. Is
Very
was
good.
the hashtag necessary?
And then should I will say water, air, or earth temples. Are you guys safe? Bye. That's 25.
Backdoor. Oh my god. I'm a chunky lord in a backdoor gang. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Response will be, was the hashtag necessary? That's 4. We. Ooh, fuck, that's a lot of words just to say one thing. Fuck it. We're running out of time. We are safe. It is toasty. Rendezvous with Hargrim. Vanifer is cult leader. Unknown location. I think that's 24.
Very good. So, just to confirm, Hargrim, Shabazz, and Theo, you are approaching from the Air Temple, while your Hobgoblin friends are entering from the Fallen.
Yes, I think that we will do that.
Yeah, I think that
Yep.
makes the most sense.
Okay. It is. We are a little bit over time. And Persona 3 Reload just drops. I'm no, I'm kidding. You guys are not keeping me from any fun. I'm having a lot of fun right now. But I do think we should have one more scene. Shino, you and Jex are back to back, having positioned your chairs, and are working on each other's knots.
Yeah, you are.
Your slender, dexterous fingers manage to free Jex from his bonds. Jex, the ropes sort of like fall away from your arms, which allow you to free yourself of the rest. Though Shino is still bound.
That would be my first thing to do, would start untying her then.
Very good. Is there anything in particular, any dialogue you guys want to share? Anything like that?
Honestly, like, let's just play nice. I mean, we could probably leave and walk out the door, but I don't want to incur the wrath of Vanifer and or Marlos currently. I just wanted to not be tied up anymore.
Also depends on if Shino informs Jex that the others are coming. But as he's untying
Oh,
her,
yeah.
he knows better than to talk to the back of her head without Navi around.
That is also true. I am
So
a
that
novice frailty.
so that information is shared. Do we want to bring Navi back?
I can't.
Well, he'll soon be free.
Well, by Raw, in order for Navi to be back, I need to have the spell book on my person.
Ah, very good.
And if you allow that, then that allows me my spells, which I think is a whole different problem.
So Jex, you quickly untie Shino, untie her arms, and you start working on the knots between her ankles. Shino, you feel a tingle from your leg. And Jex, you see that Shino's dragon mark is glowing through her stocking. And it's glowing rather aggressively with a multitude of shifting colors.
Well, that can't be good. Pokes it.
A storm of thrashing tendrils erupts out of the side of Shino's leg. Shino, you are thrust backwards and like onto the floor as these 20-foot long, there must be like over a dozen of them, are just flailing around the room. They look like they're made out of like mixed oil paint, right? Like really, really oversaturated bright colors, mixed in with like inky black that are like swirling. like multiple buckets of paint that have just like collided into each other and thrashing around the room. Vanifer's bed is destroyed.
Okay.
There are like some of them crash into the walls, leaving minor craters, and two of them grab Jex. And Jex, you are pulled into Shino's thigh, and you disappear.
Whoa!
What
Bye.
Hell yeah.
gives a whole new meaning to crush me with your thighs?
I
We finally
know,
got into
right?
Shino.
Jesus.
Shino, what do you do?
What do I do? You know what? We'll find out next week, gang, on this exciting cliffhanger of Princes of the Apocalypse.
Oh, it's fine. Jex is spit back out.
Oh,
Jex covered in slime, and Shino, Jex has a different build.
oh my god.
And different gear than he had before, but covered in slime, slides across the floor.
Oh my god. That's how you did it?
Jex, you have seen things that you can't unsee, and yet also cannot recall with clarity to protect your sanity.
That's amazing.
And we am very excited to learn what Jex's new build is going to be next week on that cliffhanger.
That was hilarious. I love it.
And possibly also plot relevant. Thanks for playing, everybody. It's 15 minutes over time. That said, though, do we have any questions, comments, concerns, things to gush about, exciting news, anything like that before we break for the night?
It's good.
I was just gonna ask. I've been playing BG3 again, and
Yes.
I don't know how many of y'all are playing on the PC. I don't think it's cross-platform compatible, is it?
Not yet. They're allegedly working on it.
Do we have anybody that'd be interested in maybe a multiplayer BG3 game? Just think about it.